Hello? It is time. Alright. So I think, I guess I kind of have two things I could do first. I want to make the steering reset faster when you turn. But I still have this, like, thing that I just don't like about accelerating. So I'm just going to tap forward. And that happens, right? I don't think that's how that should work. I think tapping forward like that should be like an inch forward kind of thing. Okay, actually, I rephrase that. There are three things I could do, and I know which one I'm going to do first. Going from forward to reverse happens way too quickly. It's definitely exacerbated by this extra thing where you have like a half second of acceleration in either direction. So if I start going forward and then I try to stop, I can't stop. Like, I'm trying really hard to come to a complete stop and it just doesn't happen, right? So I think the first issue is that we flip to reverse too quickly. I think how it works. Okay, so I gotta figure out. I gotta remember how this method is called. I think it's from player script. Jolt vehicle. This might be the exact spot at it right here. So accelerate is triggered. If the vehicle is traveling the other direction, I guess, then, and we have some speed, then we brake. Otherwise, we're going to go forward. Okay. So I guess there's also, okay, there's another thing that I think about this. If I do it this way, where once I go from braking to forward, I add a delay on the input, right? That's already sounding suspicious. It means that when you are going backwards and you press forward, you're going to brake. And then once you're able to start accelerating, I've added some artificial delay to that prevents you from accelerating for like whatever amount of time it is. The goal of that is to prevent me from instantly going back and forth between reverse and brake. Maybe the delay can be really small. Or maybe there shouldn't be a delay. Here's my other thought. If I am at a low speed and I'm not pressing any input, the vehicle automatically brakes to slow down faster. But I think that should only happen if, let's say, I press forward for a short duration and I am traveling at a low speed. After I release, then I automatically apply a short brake to stop. And then once I'm stopped, I take the brake off. I think that's basically the rules. Or I press reverse. I'm going forward and I press reverse. Maybe it should really be that if I release the button, if I release an input that is braking, or I guess an input that's accelerating, if I release that input and I am currently at a really low speed, I should just brake. but only at the moment that I release. Once I go from pressing to released, if I'm at a low speed, apply brake until I stop. I think it's as simple as it gets, right? I think that solves the that probably masks, I guess it's fine. That effectively should remove this thing where I'm trying to stop and I keep flipping directions and I keep like maintaining a high speed because I just go from stop to accelerating and then stop to reversing because of gear switching. I think the latency there makes sense because it's automatic, right? I mean, it's probably a one. I'm modeling a physical system, right? It takes real time for the mechanisms to move around. So I think I can probably just leave that in player. I don't think I need to put that in the vehicle. I could throw it in the vehicle. It could just be a value. Auto brake. Maybe. Well, let me do that. I don't really know what to call it. If the vehicle should brake when no inputs, or I guess when forward input is released, should brake when brake input is released. I guess when forward input should brake when certain inputs are released at low speeds. This happens when releasing brake, when releasing brake, releasing forward. Brake or the effect is canceled when any when any forward input is received. Or the effect is reset when any forward input is received. Okay. So I guess I keep a variable down here. I guess it's going to be if I call forward with Let me start writing it. I can't think that far ahead right now. Physics process. So if all of this sleeping is false, I guess I actually probably don't do that here. I think I do this here. So if when forward or break was released, so when I reset and forward input was pressed, okay, so I guess basically it has to be the frame after I release forward. I check if I'm at lowest speed. I guess not. When I call reset, okay, let me go down here. I know I'm going to call reset here. So I'm going to say if not, is 0. So forward input was received. Then I can say, all right, on the next frame, if we are not pressing forward, we can check our speed, and if we're at low speed, we can apply brake to stop. Since I don't know if I'm going to have any other stuff here, I'm going to do if auto brake low speed is on. So I say, can auto brake low speed is true. Okay. Red. Chill out. Red. Okay. Maybe... Oh, okay. I've got a bit of a different idea, I think. Lots of ways I think I can do this. My idea right now is when I am braking, so the way the current player input works is that it detects if you're accelerating. If you're going backwards, we apply a brake. If you're going forward, we apply forward. If you press backwards and we're going forward, we apply a brake. If we're still or going backward, we apply negative forward. So essentially the player is a little bit intelligent in the sense that it applies the brake until we're stopped, and then we apply accelerator after, you know, switching direction or whatever. It could still go back, maybe not necessarily go back to the player, but maybe it sits here, where essentially once I go from... When I go from forward, and I'm braking, and I enter neutral, there's at least a short period of time where the vehicle is in neutral, and it is relatively stationary. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's also this. Maybe this is like... Maybe this is what's wrong, actually. I should be checking if we are in neutral. If I'm in neutral, I can reverse. This is kind of the wrong way around, isn't it? Is it? Or maybe this is too lenient. This number could be lower. But I feel like if I make it too low, then we can never actually reverse in automatic. Actually, not even at all. This is set up such that manual doesn't even work here. I'm actually wondering something now. When I can shift, yeah. So should this move down here? It seems like this just allows you to instantly switch from neutral to reverse or forward without waiting for the gear timeout. Why is it written like this? Because yeah, if we've changed gear, all right, we change gear, right? We don't do any timers. If we're not changing gear, then we wait for the timers. Here, we have to wait for the timer before we can switch gear. But in the case where that we're in neutral, we don't care about the timer. We don't check the timers. Should I move that code down? Or maybe this doesn't really wait for switch latency, but maybe this at least waits for release time or gear switch time. Because once we switch to neutral, we can instantly switch to reverse, like one frame. Maybe I actually check this. Gear switch time left has to be 0. Equals 0. If gear switch time is 0, then we can go from neutral to reverse or forward, whatever. Otherwise, we at least have to wait that timer out. Maybe I'll try this. See if this alone allows me to like stop, because I now have like a half second where it's not going to immediately shift from neutral to reverse or something. It's gonna give me a little bit of time without all the time, right? There's no latency, there's no release time. We're just waiting for the gear switch time to end at the minimum before we switch gear. I mean, that makes sense, right? You have to wait for the gear switch time to be over before we can switch gear. This makes sense to me. Cool. We're gonna take that out. Take that out. And I'll comment this out. And this. This should be quick. You know, it should be quick. Oh no, it's just gonna compile like the whole module again, I guess. Alright. I don't get it. None of the declarations changed. There's no reason that should have recompiled any of those files. No reason. Alright, what happens? Can I stop on the spot? Tap forward. I still get that result, but now can I stop? Huh. Not exactly. Okay, so I suppose this actually didn't do anything because I can't stop in less than half second after accelerating. Because that whole time when I'm stopping there, I'm actually shifting back into neutral. It does shift the car back to neutral. I did manage to stop though. Should I leave that? I mean, okay, I think it's probably a good change to make. I think this is probably a good change to have. We have to wait before we can switch gear. Obviously. You have to wait. I guess this does also mean that because of this and, this line of code is actually being run. So... okay. I kind of see some issues, so I'm actually just going to change it back. I kind of see some issues with that. I'm just going to change it back. I'll explain what they are. The issue is that this, because current gear is neutral and the OR, this line of code always runs and none of this runs. right? So when we're in neutral, we stay in neutral until we apply some input that changes us out of that. What this one does is, if we are in neutral, if we're waiting for a gear shift, then we say, okay, well, we're waiting for that gear shift. Let's check this one. And I guess it's possible if you set the latency to 0, then actually, I guess I just noticed that too. If you actually set the latency to 0, then none of these timers matter, because latency is always set to 0. So it's always an instant switch. Interesting. Well, anyway. Yeah, the automatic, actually, now that I'm looking more at it, the automatic transmission seems not good. It seems like it's missing a bunch of stuff. It's suitable, but it seems like it's missing stuff. Anyway, like I said, the issue with what I just added meant that if we are waiting, we still check our latency, and if that's good, then it's going to try to, like, it's going to... Every single line here leads to a gear shift, basically. It's not checking... It doesn't even check forward input here. If we can shift up and we are above our shift up RPM, it's going to shift up. No matter what. We could be pressing the brake, we could be pressing reverse. If we're waiting for a gear shift and it can shift up, it's going to shift up. So that kind of like locks us out of stopping, really. It locks us out of slowing down, at least for like one gear shift, which is weird. It shouldn't do that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could rewrite the whole thing. Just base all of the operation based on whether or not I am pressing the accelerator, which is what it should do. I think an automatic transmission should only do anything if I'm pressing the accelerator, or if I'm not, then we can, if I'm not pressing the accelerator, or I'm pressing brake, I guess it's actually pretty simple. If I'm not accelerating, I can shift down. If I am accelerating, my only option is to shift up. But I guess I can shift down if I really need to. Like I'm full gassing and I'm going up an incline and I can't. And I'm losing speed. That kind of thing. Okay. Did we do it? Okay. Did I? I think I did. Why is it actually doing something? It should tell me nothing to build. Hey, Denon. Up to date. Oh, thanks for letting me know. After checking for 11 seconds. Yeah. I may need to rethink. I'm not exactly sure what's wrong. I guess that's the issue. I don't know what is wrong. This is suspicious to me. I think if we're in neutral, we can apply reverse. If we're in neutral, we can apply reverse. If we're in neutral, we can apply forward. We don't have to come to a full stop. Would that cause the wheels to slide though? Maybe it would. Maybe it'd cause a lot of wheel sliding. Maybe I could make it so... No, I like that brake is just pressing back. I like that. Should it be? This maybe just stems from the fact that brake is coupled with accelerating and reversing. See, I'm switching if I'm braking or forward or braking or reverse. Maybe this just means that I just need to put brake on a different input. And only allow myself to forward or reverse when I'm at a standstill. All right, let me just see what happens if I don't do any of this. No more braking, only forward and reverse. What happens? Do I just slide like crazy? I mean, I guess so, but like... I guess it's not that bad. I guess it's not that bad. But I think, you know, should I just throw it on... Man. Maybe I just make it a different input. I mean, I think shift, maybe shift is like a good input for brake. Like, what do I think if like shift was the brake input, you know? What do I think about that? Oh, the space bar being handbrake is put in there. That's cool. Maybe... You know what? Maybe it should be. Maybe it should just be like this. Accelerate, we go forward. We just go forward. Brake. I guess I'll change this to reverse. If it's reverse, we just reverse. If it's brake, we just brake. I'm changing the controls. Yep. Drive? What is drive? One of one. What's drive? What is drive? Drive. Axis 3D. That's weird. Drive. Who added that? Was that me? Where'd this come from? Drive is just the best movie ever about Baseman. Okay. Drive. Update guide input. Start vehicle controls. Drive. Well, I'll be honest, that doesn't make any sense. Drive isn't even... It's not... That's not an automatic or manual, like, input name. It would still just be accelerate. Well, manual would be only accelerate and brake. There'd be no reverse. There'd be like shift up, shift down. Clutch, all that stuff. Okay, weird. Brake. I'll put it down here so that the line counts as being deleted. So this will still be brake reverse, but I'm going to rename this to just be reverse. And display name. Remappable, of course. Are all of these set up? No, like none of these are set up. Wait, what? Vehicle tank and vehicle realistic? Drive. Oh! I get it. Bring it back. Maybe this is why I need documentation. Accelerate the engine specifically. Input to reverse. To accelerate in reverse only. Input input for any direction. Tank controls. Toggle headlights. Blast horn. As if with a wheel. Button to leave vehicle. Input to apply brakes. Input to apply handbrake. Typically locking Rear wheels with high torque. Okay, that's all weapon. Where's vehicle? Accelerate. Break one. Okay. Is it bool? I mean, I think technically these should all be not booleans, right? Because they could also be like on a trigger. Like for controller input. Oh well. Break. I think I've already got yeah, this is that's Q. This is E. Space for handbrake. Shift. But if I try to think about manual input on a keyboard, what does that look like? What does that look like? You don't have many buttons there to press. I guess if you really want to do manual, you might... I mean, I have a mouse here with like 2 buttons on it, right? Like at minimum. I have a left and a right click. So I guess perhaps you could bind left and right click to shift up and shift down. And maybe clutch would be back. S. So forward to accelerate. Take your hand off the accelerator, press clutch, click, then go back to accelerate, and you're shifted. Take it off the accelerate. You can also shift down, so you can hold, or you can shift down while braking, so you hold shift. You press O, you right click, release, press O, right click, release, press O, right click, release, and you're shifted down. That's probably a good way to do it. Because then W is always tied to just, you know, pressing the pedal, right? Okay. I like that. I still leave the steering, the headlights, the brakes, all of that in place. I just take, yeah, actually I think it's like probably perfect if I were to do manual that way. Maybe I'll make manual today. I would like that. I like to play with manual. What is that? I don't know what that is. Weird. Okay, whatever. Brake is triggered. I have that set up. I need to throw this on to the player. Drive. Brake. Double check that world is updating. Because it should be. Why did guide action open? I don't know. It just felt like opening back up. Controls. Cool. I think their update with pulling out all of the default values was to make this stop happening. Where I would have to modify a player and then come back to world and like click reset. So that's nice. Maybe that's... I don't know. I think they could have figured it out without doing that. Oh, right. Shift is brake. What was that? What is this? I tap W and then I hold shift and like it still goes forward. Are the brakes just bad? Do the brakes suck? Does the vehicle need harder brakes? It should be at least like I don't know, something low. Does engine handle braking? No. Wheels handle braking. Brake torque 15. What's the handbrake torque on the back wheels? 4,000. How would I mess with this? I want to be able to just get a little bit forward. It feels like the brakes just aren't doing anything. I mean, they're definitely doing something, but it's like... it's not enough. It's not enough. They should be high enough to keep me in place. Yeah, okay, yeah. So first of all, holding the brake and pressing forward should not move me. I should not move. So does that just mean I need to put harder brakes? I could go a little bit higher. 1600. I could go up a little bit at a time and see at what point do my wheels keep me fixed to the ground. Or does the brake keep me fixed to the ground? Also, I kind of wonder if I should make it... I was going to say save the wheel settings, but the wheel settings include where their position is. Because I don't like having to go through and change 4 numbers. It'd be nicer to just change 1. Oh well. Okay, so yeah, it's not... the brake is not enough. Is there anything happening... around here that's like negating the fact that I'm applying brake. No, it's not even, yeah, it's not even using those. It's just straight up setting the brake. Let me go and comment these out. I don't need that. A little bit higher. Do I want to be able to hold the brake and press the accelerator and skid the tires? Is that the name for it? Alright, so not enough to keep me in place still. The engine is just too strong. Maybe I leave the back tires kind of low on the brake and send more to the front tires. Like, just make the front tires really intense on the brake. Like 2000. It's also possible this friction is just too high. I don't know. All right, let me say 4,000 on the front tires for the regular brake. At some point, I gotta, right? At some point, the car has to absolutely just not move with the brake held. Okay, so it looks like the back tire started spinning first. I'm kind of surprised because the handbrake keeps me in place, right? Does the handbrake keep me in place? Not really. Yeah, 4,000 they still move. I mean, alright, I think what should really happen here is the wheels should just totally spin out. I don't understand how the wheels are maintaining traction there. It's kind of surprising to me. Should they give out sooner, perhaps? Maybe my issue is that these hang on way too long. At 0.1, they're at 2. Okay, so handbrake, forward. Brake, forward. What if I make this more dramatic? So they can hang on to like 0.15 and then they die. Okay, so I guess I have to put this to like 0.15. And they basically lose all traction. This is basically what that means. Once the slip goes out of its boundary, I believe it says that it has no friction, so it has the friction of like the final value or whatever. Those are slipping more for sure. Handbrake forward. Handbrake. I want to see what happens when they go out of range. What do the tires do? Because I would like to see, you know, sliding out happen. Like if I hit the handbrake, the car should, you know, just mathematically, even in the game, especially in the game, all those slight deviations of like its angle and whatever should just build up very quickly, and the car like kind of fishtails a little bit once I hit the handbrake, and I'm just basically sliding with very low friction across the ground. So what exactly, how exactly does this work? Wheel update, angular velocity. Nothing really there. Is there a collide phase? I don't think so. I don't know, maybe I like overestimate what that kind of thing could do. All right, I gotta figure out where these curves are used. It's definitely somewhere up here. Somewhere. The friction thing has to be calculated. Is it just on wheels? Updates. Longitudinal friction get value slip. Slip friction. So when I call get value, and we're outside of the range, what does this do? That is the question. Okay, curve is not there. Geometry? Math? Where's curve? Constraints? That has to be like core. Okay. It has to be in here. Because these curves are only on linear curve, core linear curve, of course, that's what it's named. And then get value, yeah. Lower, what? Lower bound. I guess this gets the first X value that is greater than or equal to the provided value. So if we're at the front, we return the front value. If we're at the end, we return the end value. Otherwise, we interpolate between that one and the previous one. Yeah. Okay, so this means I can make it drop to a certain level of friction at the end, right? That's what this means. So the last value is like my baseline, whatever, right? So I could, I think essentially how most of the stuff happens is there's like a baseline static friction, and once you overcome that static friction, you're at some very, very low friction. It's the property of why sometimes things are really hard to move, and then once you apply a lot of force, they start moving a lot, and they just like slide with a lot less force required. Same idea here that I want to go for. The friction should drop to be very low once we start slipping too much. It basically should be a curve that goes up. I guess it spikes up and then eventually drops down, like hits like a flat level. Yeah. Maybe just something this simple. And lateral friction, I guess I have the same thing here, and these are in degrees. So I guess you go up to 90 degrees probably. I can look at the code exactly to see what it does. lateral, slip friction, slip angle. If we're smaller than this kind of value, we just say it's 0. 0 based on slip angle relative to velocity. If we're going slow, our lateral slip is 0. Radians, 0 radians is 0 degrees, of course. If we're moving fast enough, then we do relative longitudinal velocity over the relative velocity. So I guess anything that's not longitudinal must be lateral, right? Yep, right. Put that to degrees, and this is a value of that. Okay. And we do a cosine. I need to remind myself. Do it really quick. There we go. A cosine should be cosine that, yeah. Or is it, would it be, or is cosine h? I think it's just this, right? Inverse cosine. 0 returns 1, that's not right. Maybe this will help. I mean, a cosine is the inverse. The input is a fractional value, longitudinal velocity over the relative velocity. And then radians to degrees. No, a cosine gets you the angle in radians. Wait, what am I looking at? This goes up to pi. Yeah. So 0 would be pi over 2. Pi over 2 would be 90. What am I not understanding here? This doesn't look right. I guess what is not right is this relative velocity. This relative longitudinal velocity, I apparently don't understand. Is the dot product between the current velocity and the contact, the forward contact direction. So when these are the same, the dot product comes out to be 1. So this would be 1 over relative velocity length okay, so it'd be this value over this value, so the result would be 1. So an input of 1 to a cosine is 0 degrees. Which is what I get here. An input of 1 is 0 degrees. Okay, yeah, we're good. All right. Negative 1 means 180 degrees. Right. Okay. I don't know why, I just needed to get through that for some reason. Okay, so at... Hey, Yulia. At 3 degrees, 1.2 whatever units of friction or whatever that actually means. Maybe I should understand what that actually means. Slept well? Maybe. Maybe. I'm trying to think about how a tire is really laid out. If you think about it, it's basically like a rectangle that's placed on the ground. And I'm trying to think about what friction is being applied across it like this. As we basically go from in line with it to not in line with it. So would that mean at a certain angle you have the most contact, or that force is going across more area? So when you're at 90 degrees you have less friction, technically? Is that right? Or maybe that'd be the most friction because you're applying it to like that whole, you're applying it across the whole area. So you have the most friction at 90 degrees. Yeah, because if it's like a rectangle shape that's in contact with the ground. And we assume that the wheel can't slip in that direction, so all that force is just like straight grinding it. Shouldn't it just go up as your angle increases? Until you get 90 degrees and then you start getting less area. Yeah, it's like a shadow, right? I feel like I want to draw this really quick to understand. To confirm what I'm thinking here. Can I set the background to a color? Background color. Cool. So if I think about the tire being the point of contact with the ground being this whole tire, right? And I think about the shadow being cast by the force of the ground going underneath it. I don't know, what's like a shadow color? Why not this one? So the force is only coming from the side. Make a new layer. And I'll rotate this. Right, okay, I got a tire I can spin. So if I think about the current friction being applied when the force is coming this way, that's basically going to be the shadow, right? So this is, we'll call this the area, the shadow, whatever. So if the tire were then to start spinning and were to be like this, now the shadow should look like this, right? It's a lot, it's larger, I guess, more area. Then if the tire is all the way turned, does this even make any sense? I don't know. Am I spreading misinformation about friction? Then you have like the full contact of the tire is all friction, right? So why is this At 3 degrees, we're at our most friction. And then at 20 degrees, we're a little bit less. And then everything after that is just normal friction. Maybe that's what it's meant to be. I'm a real fan, give me money. Is it every 2 days you can do that? What is the default friction for these wheels? 0, here. Longitudinal 0, 0, 0 0.06, 1.2, 0.2 is 1. I guess. Maybe I add a new point after 20. And once I go past 20, friction just drops. Maybe not drop. I don't know, I guess it stays the same. I mean, I guess this makes sense. I don't know. Where does this one leave off? It leaves off at 1. Is it unrealistic when I crank it up this high? Setting it to 4? If I suppose 1 is meant to be full friction? I'll just leave it. I might be making it unrealistic at some point. Like, I feel like at some point that tire should just be totally spinning out, right? And I've set it really low. Maybe I just add another one that's like slightly after this and it's really low. Like that. Frictionless. Does this slide out when I hold brake? And also preferably not slide out when I accelerate. Cool. It's sliding out. It's not, and yeah, and now I can't accelerate. The tires slip out instantly. Hmm. Maybe it could be something with a can shift up. I tell that it can't shift up. Well, it needs to be at least in drive to spin the wheels. Maybe this can be further out. I mean, this should probably return to 1. Let me start with this. Let me make this return to 1. And then later, like here, it'll drop abruptly. Like that. Okay, it slides out. And I spin out there. Okay. Maybe I just need to bring this out to 1. So once we're at like, maybe this is like all the way at 0.5. This abruptly changes. Slide out. Slide out. Where'd the 0.2 go? Why did it do that? Very low friction. We can slide out. And we also slide out there. Maybe this really does just need to be like right at the end. And it just keeps doing this stupid thing where it flips it around Like very, very low friction here. Maybe this is just too low. I don't know. 0.1. Dang. Okay. This is not so easy. I guess I did technically this at like 2 at this point or something. So maybe that's it. Maybe that little piece right there. We can basically slide out there. We slide out really hard there. Okay. And it just doesn't recover until we shift. Dang. So I don't know. So I just need to bring this closer to the end. Yeah, just that part sucks. It's constantly sliding and it can like never recover. Maybe just before it reaches the end. Like 0.9 or something. It spikes up. Oh my god, why is it doing this? I absolutely hate this thing. I absolutely hate how this curve thing works. It automatically sorts it every time I change it, so if I change a value here, and then it like takes on the Y value. I don't know what it does. I don't know why it does this. I type in like 0.9 and it's like, okay, cool, 0.9, and then it seems like it just kind of has a weird way of picking what the Y value should be at that point. So I was thinking here, like right at the end, it goes up really fast. And then I guess maybe this point can just kind of go away. Make things easier. Like I'm trying to have it grab. But it can still basically lose friction. Maybe it's just not high enough friction when I start accelerating. Because it did mess with this. This used to be like 4. Let me double check that. Longitudinal 0004 was 4, 01 was 2, 33 was 1. One was 2. Like maybe it's just that it just loses it too quickly at the start. Maybe that's the real issue. Not that it's sliding out, but it just can't grab well enough. Yeah, so it still slides out. I don't know, maybe this just needs to be like straight up, just needs to be higher. It's just not enough base friction. Because I guess the real issue is that once we get to the point of sliding out, we didn't have enough grip to start with. Right, there wasn't enough grip up front. What if I just start raising this number until it stops slipping? Is it possible? What if I make it ridiculously high? 50. What if I make it ridiculous? Can it hang on? I guess so. Weird. I actually don't think I was not actually expecting to see that. happen. I was definitely not expecting that. And it can still slide out. Wow. It's kind of funny. Oh, maybe the friction just has to be cranked up all around. I feel like that's kind of dumb, though. Maybe instantly slip out. Hmm. This is so weird. When I allow it to go frictionless, it just like, it always does. It always does. Is this not like far enough over? I don't know. It's also not doing it how I think it should be. When I apply the brakes and I press forward, I want to see the back tire start like just spinning constantly, but applying no force. And when I accelerate, I want to see it not slip out so quickly there. I don't know if I just make it 0. Will it properly slide out? Did I save it correctly? I don't know. I don't think I did. I don't think I saved it. Like, I want to see that wheel spin just totally freely. I don't know, maybe it's the brake applying to the back tire. Then I guess it could be. Wait a second. Interesting. Okay, so I can't go full frictionless. There needs to be a little bit at the end. A little bit. But now this means maybe it never slides out. Yeah, it really doesn't want to slide out now. I understood what's happening. So, technically, as soon as you start accelerating, the very first update, the tire is sliding fully. There's a full slide on the tire. Perhaps that can just be alleviated by having input forward always have some slow acceleration. You can never snap it straight to 100. I don't know. This is weird. It's like I have to come up with 3 things to add all at once to make one thing happen. I want the tire to be able to not go frictionless, but very low friction. But I have the issue of the initial acceleration basically snapping straight to full friction. Alright, let me do this. 1.2. 1. .5. It's like this is missing a simulation of static friction at all. Before the tire starts turning, it needs to have a lot of friction. So when the tire rotates, or tries to start rotating, because there's not like... Huh. I guess that's what's missing, isn't it? There's no static friction on the tire. It essentially starts with total, like, full slip. You know, the tires just don't have enough friction at all to actually keep attached to the ground. Oh, man. Alright, so to get that result, I think I have to physically change out the curve. From a standstill, when the tire starts moving, it has some flat friction, always. Um, once it starts spinning, then it can start losing friction. Hey, GRG Venus. Salute. That is French. And I'm just not even... What? Is it... It's still this. This is still the problem. Yeah, okay. What's up? I'm trying to figure out tires. I have a lot of issues with the tires. And I'm struggling to get them to, like, behave how I want them to. Where could I do this? Hey, Nexus. I'm stressing at final exams. Well, I guess that answers your question, Yulia. You got anything cheerful going on? Do I? Well, I'm not losing my mind compiling right now, so that's good. Alright, I think I really want to just have static friction. I think that needs to be a thing. When my relative velocity is low, when my angular... Wait, what? Relative velocity. How do we know the rotation of the tire here? Angular velocity. Is that used anywhere down here? There it is. My English is bad. Remember to pet your pets? I do. You speak French? I know enough French to read what you're saying so far. I don't think you deserve that respect. Okay. Can you be rude? Is there a way that you can be rude? I guess if you have never met someone before and you start calling them to, then maybe. Actually, isn't there like a... I can't remember. They didn't teach me that. They didn't teach me how to be rude. I think they said like sometimes, hey, you should probably not start with to. They didn't teach me how to be rude. I'm sure there's something you could call someone who you already know to be rude. Without, like, anything like that. I speak French. I live in Paris. Yep. It's just casual. I mean, I guess like an equivalent in English is calling someone, hey you, as your first interaction. That's how to, I think, would be perceived. I don't know. Because you should be polite to people you don't talk to. French is forced on us technically. How could I figure this out? I guess if angular velocity is low, I think that already accounts for it, doesn't it? Alright, I'm gonna say I'm getting too complicated there. And just forget it. If I want that, I can figure out a way to, like, make it a hack later. Delete that. And this will just be... I'm just gonna change it back to what it was. What was it? Longitudinal 0003, or no, 044. 044. 1, 2. Was that it? 3, 3, 1. Oh, this one. So Dakota, which language do you recommend I start with? Python. I would say Python. French, Morocco, Chile, China. Yeah, what? It's too rude or not? I mean, I guess it's like anything. The tone matters. But it seems inappropriate, I would think, to call someone two that you just met. Just my thought. Let me make these sold 2,000. I don't think. Now you're stressing me. Dude. I'm not French. I don't know, okay? I just know that when I was taught, they were like, don't start with 2. Because it could be rude. That's what they said. My teacher was French. A genuine French native. Immigrated to America to teach French. A native baguette guy. That's the other French guy we know? Oh, yeah. Alright, so I messed around for 2 hours and I'm back to where I started. Well, I guess not exactly. I have a break button. That's as far as I got. Do you think you will surrender making that engine? Didn't he say he already gave up? Wow, I'm right. Didn't he say he already gave up? Or was he joking? I gotta flip the window around. 1 second. So just taking a break. Yes, I am gonna give up on stream. Dude. And I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I want the tires to do tire stuff, right? I want the tires to do tire stuff. Why is that so difficult? Have you looked up how tires and their physics work? Well, oh, Morocco is. I had to write it in French for him to understand. Maroc. Huh, funny. Well, I understand the idea. Once you are moving fast enough, you basically just don't have... You have very, very low friction. Hey, E1's Light. Thanks for following. Also, I actually didn't thank Venus for following. So thanks, Venus, for following. I just realized that. Sup? Trying to figure out tires. Essentially, there's a lot of stuff here that's not simulated. It's just how fast you're moving relative to the ground. Okay, that's your friction. So it doesn't account for static friction. It doesn't account for the fact... I mean, it technically can account for the fact that once you're spinning fast enough, you're basically just like bouncing off the ground. Why would you lose friction as you speed up? So pretty much any racing game, a typical thing that you can do is you hold the brake button and you press accelerate. Your back tires speed up and they slip out from the ground and they just start basically sliding across the ground like they're ice. That's a real effect. I don't know how to... I'm assuming, I guess the effect is the same in real life. You just hold brake and press your accelerator. If you have a rear wheel drive vehicle, then that would work. Not drifting. That's different. This is the friction. This is basically the amount of force that the tire applies to the ground. Once you're spinning fast enough, that force is basically just a bouncing force that's lifting the tire off the ground. That's why it seems frictionless. Because it's spinning so fast, it's basically always bouncing itself off the ground. I can simulate that just by messing with the curve, but then that means as soon as you start spinning the tire, it's instantly frictionless. Because that very first update step says, we have slid along the ground completely. Which I guess is... there's a lack of that static friction being accounted for. I don't want to mess with that. I would like that to be a thing I can do, but I can't do it with the current setup. Just use Jolt for raycasting PNG's FPS game over what? Is using Jolt for raycasting PNG's... Huh? Where'd you get that information? That doesn't seem right. I mean, there's even videos of people doing it, right? I don't know, Burnout IRL. Maybe this will show it. I have no idea. I'm just going to find out. It is still pushing her, but you can see what I'm talking about. They have no profile. Do real time, do... Like... Okay, I don't even know what that is. That's like a smoke machine or something. There's still a lot of friction. Right. What I'm saying is once you build up, once you get to a certain speed, these tires are lifting themselves off the ground. They're pushing that force just to lift themselves off the ground, which is why, I mean, there's still a lot of force being applied on the front tires here to stop the car from going forward. But this is why the tires basically start and then they just start spinning like really fast. They're going really fast. You cannot, like, what I have right now, I can't, there's no way these tires, these back tires that I have are moving. I mean, I have the brakes balanced, so they apply to all of them equally. But there's no way, let me just make these lower. Bring out the brakes, the front doesn't. I still can't even do it because the friction is just too high. I don't know, let me like just go really low. Like, I don't know how they really set up the vehicle to do this. Maybe they just lock, maybe they are specifically locking the front tires so they physically can't turn and only the back tires can turn. I don't know. But this is a real effect that happens. That tire is not like spinning, you know, 1 revolution per second. This is like maybe not thousands, hundreds of revolutions, tens to hundreds of revolutions a second. Maybe that's what I should do. I should look up what they really do with the brakes, the tires to make this happen. Maybe it's just rear-wheel drive. Right? Like, the only reason those tires can turn like that is because they're borderline frictionless at that point. If they had any friction, they wouldn't be spinning like that. Are most cars rear-wheel drive? Yeah. I'm sure these ones are. I'm sure this car is probably in rear-wheel. I also assume that some cars can be swapped. There's like a button to switch from four-wheel to rear-wheel. Or maybe even all the way around. You can go front, rear, four, or all-wheel drive. But I'm just trying to figure out if, like, that's possible at all. I can make it happen, like I said, just by dropping this to 0 or very low, like 0.01. I could just straight up make it so if I'm braking, I guess it's one option. If I'm braking, I can turn off the front. I can swap these around, so we basically just go rear wheel. Or I could just go full. I mean, maybe. I don't think it makes sense for the vehicle that I am making for the player to be rear wheel. But you know, it can be. I guess it works. It is sliding. It's not maintaining contact with the ground, though. So that sucks. I did do that for testing. Just having them be on the front tires. That was weird. These front tires were obviously sliding and they weren't counting as sliding. Weird. Oh, they're not driven tires, so they actually... I'm confused. They usually have to be like cranked up too high to keep the car in place. I don't know, it seems weird. I mean, I feel like they just need something, no matter what, right? Because otherwise it's the case where, I mean, I don't know if that's like a situation that is impossible in my current setup. But if only your back tires are on the ground, because yeah, then the front tires just have to be cranked up like really high. Maybe I should make the handbrake more. It just seems weird. I feel like I'm just doing too many different things. It doesn't seem right. And these tires should, at this speed, they should stop pushing the car. They're basically still applying as if they're like full contact with the ground. Like at some point they are literally just lifting the back. They're bouncing themselves off the ground. And it's failed. What's going on? Weird. No, it's like not enough. It's not enough friction to keep it accelerating. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's like what I'm saying. The effect is that causes, that allows burnout to happen. Do they just, like I said, should like, do I need to look it up? Do they only put brakes in the front? Maybe I could unbalance it a little bit. The back tires specifically less friction. I don't know, it doesn't seem right. Because those are... I don't know, I guess maybe it would make sense. Just gotta like actually do, you know, just weird stuff with his tires. Why are those not sliding out? I'm really confused about that. When I hit brake, that should be red. If slip longitudinal is greater than 0.1, do that. It's coming back 0. I guess they don't actually count as slipping unless they're spinning. So this would be 0. I guess it could be negative. Finishing the video, they are red things in front of the brakes. It looks like, yeah. I was thinking maybe when they do that, they physically lock the front tire somehow, so they actually just can't rotate. Or they do something where they can, like, release the front tires, so the front tires are not even getting any engine rotation. I don't know. I just don't have the effect where they, like, either I get the tires to spin out and I can't accelerate anymore, or the tires spin very slowly and I can maybe accelerate normally. Like, that's... I don't know. Let me see if I can make it work with just rear wheel. And I'll even just take all the brakes off the back. Making so holding on devices longer than ever it's costing the economy. Awesome. So the brakes are not strong enough on the front tires. I guess I could just drop the friction of the rear tires. Was it in curve? Vehicle? Let me give this a name. That doesn't even, like, actually show anything. Never mind. Well, whatever. Thing is, these are the... These are the grip tires, right? They need to have more friction. So it seems backwards. I can't really make these slide out. Double check that these are still at 2. That a president's harder than the economy, buy more phones. That's exactly how they think. It still is not, you know, revving like it should. It's like barely, it's not enough. And then I'm losing grip and I'm not able to shift up at this point. Although maybe it just did, I don't know. It looked like it did. Yeah, tires should be solid green. They're not. Which means they're slipping. So what's the issue? This just needs to be higher? Maybe I do need to jump it up to 10? This just seems wrong. Like, going over 1 there just doesn't seem right. There's no unit here. Friction is from 0 to 1. Absolute or none. Going higher is like unrealistic. I still lose grip. Not for as long, I guess. But I definitely still lose grip. A real issue that I have is I don't know what these... I don't know like real values for things like the brake. How much force do they apply? Is it like physically possible to apply that much force? Are brakes significantly stronger for heavier vehicles? I mean, that's just not right, you know? I'm staying still, but the tires are doing that. Alright, let me see. They lose a lot at that point. But I'm pretty sure what I'm going to see again is I can never accelerate normally. Okay, strange. Not what I expected. That wasn't so bad. It was weird, but it wasn't so bad. What about less? What if I just put it at a little bit more? And I don't know, match that with 2. I think 2 is what these are at. Yeah, 2. So they don't spin freely still. It's not so bad. I feel like it's a lot of sliding though. So let me find out. Yeah, it's a lot of sliding. So I'm at 300 events. I know that where I started, it was like 40 events. 40 slips. So that's like, if it's at 60 physics ticks per second, that's like almost 6 continuous seconds of the slot of the wheels having of the wheels slipping. Which slipping mostly just has the effect of the automatic transmission not shifting up when you're slipping. I don't know, maybe I go extra crazy with like a 0.1. So at 1, we're still at 2. And at 1.01, we're at something like this. So maybe, I don't know what the effect of this will have. I don't know if the math is exactly going over 1 there. But I guess I'll see. YOLO'd 1K on a random IPO I know nothing about and now I need to brag about it. I don't know that. I don't know what you just said. I don't know what you just said. Okay. I just want to see what that looked like. Now I want to see if this has an effect during acceleration. So it's still like constantly sliding. That was a lot less. I think the only thing I changed was I just moved this out. But that's also like not technically how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be... I guess really this can go as high as it wants. The sine of that times the absolute value, so we just make it positive. Relative longitudinal velocity is a dot between the velocity and the contact. Oh, right. So if you multiply it with any normalized vector, the result is always between 0 and 1. Is that right? So yeah, this should be capped to 1. I don't know. It's annoying. Don't know what an IPO is? No. I don't. I don't get it. Why? Because things can be really rough, right? Like, can you go... Does it make sense to have... They use values that are over 1 here. But it seems... Okay, so I'm just setting combined friction. What does this even do? What even happens? This is debug render. Initial public offering? Okay. Higher max impulse callback. I happen to know that that's a default method. So the out is the in friction times the in impulse. I guess the impulse... Huh? Okay. I think I say forget this and just go back to how it was. What's a good sound engine? Anything better than OpenAI? Like, I guess you mean text-to-speech? I don't know. If it's free and it sounds good, then it's a good sound engine. if it's free, sorry, if it's free, it doesn't download and save your request, and it sounds good, then it's a good sound engine. Ideally, one that you could just run on your own computer. Would it be just everything in vehicle that I just changed? Lateral friction, longitudinal friction. Vehicle settings, we're adding a curve there. Torque ratios. Brake. Yeah. Check the differentials. Right, they're back to 0.5. Open AL. What? I don't know. Alright, maybe I just start by putting it... taking the brakes off the back tires. Or maybe just reducing them. On the back tires. A little bit. A small amount. Doesn't really do anything. No brakes. Right, so I think as long as I don't mess... If I only modify the brakes, and I don't mess with this, I don't know, maybe I could bring this up. 1.5. Maybe this will actually just... This should give me less slipping, right? Interestingly, that's way more slipping. Who would have thought? What if I go less friction? I haven't touched torque or anything. I'm only modifying that tail. More slip, but it ended earlier. This is really weird. Golly gee Wilkerson, I love this flying skull. That's awesome. Way more slip. This is really weird. Did I just like devise the perfect curve already? Is 1 just the right number? Save. Improved it and added ray casts. Can it kill you yet? No more skating cars? Well, I want just the acceleration to just be nice. Very little slip. Okay. That's like the same value. So maybe somewhere right... I don't know, let me try 0.9. Do the binary search. 1 is a number. That's way more slip. Okay. Immediately way more. .05.
It's okay, good boy. It's okay.
Is 1 the number? Is 1 the number I've been looking for all along? I just had to lose it first to realize it. I don't know, this is strange. I wish I just had an intuition about this. I just don't have that. I don't understand why adding more friction resulted in more sliding. Okay, that's below 40. That's like the first time I've ever seen that. Bite him in his neck in Minecraft. Is this how they, like... Actually, I was gonna say, is this how they... How do they even do that? How do they, like... design car tires? That's just worse. That's just straight up worse. Okay, that's more. What about 108? If I'm messing with the tires this much, I basically need to say, all right, that's it. We don't touch the tires anymore. Oh, it's not so bad. It's worse, but like barely worse. So I'm getting to that number, whatever the magic number is. And I'm not going to go any more precise than 2 decimals. 2 places. It seems like this is the best I get. Why was that really bad? So 05 and 07 are good. But 06 was not? '06 was worse than both of those? Did I not let it settle long enough? I don't know. Whoa, what? That was so much more? What? 07. What's happening? It feels like it's changing. It's not supposed to change. Alright, what's going on there? Try that again. Now I'm not staying under 40. I had like 3 tests go under 40. Almost 100 that time. What? Let me just try it from here. 45. I mean, I guess if it's not consistent, which sucks. Maybe 106 is the correct number though. Because 5 and 7 were both really good at one point. 6 just had one bad test. Kind of a bad test again. Alright, maybe I just put it at 7. Final answer, 7. Now, I want to know if moving these over slightly has any dramatic effects. Let me start with this one. Let me move this one over. Well, okay, let me get a good baseline before I start messing with that. Follow the scientific procedure here. I'm not going to hold the brake anymore. I'm just going to let it freeze like this, and then I accelerate from there. Because I understand that it's freezing the simulation before the suspension is settled completely. But that's fine. Okay, 43. How consistent is this? It should be really consistent. It should be off by like maybe less than 5 every time I run it. That was kind of high. 3 tests. Okay, 40s to 50s. 4 tests. Okay. 40 to 50. So yeah, I want to move this one back slightly. Trying to see if I can reduce this slip as low as possible. Whoa. Okay, that's kind of crazy. That's nuts. It just explodes at one point. It looks normal, and then it just blows up to 100. That's really consistent. Okay, so that was bad. 03? I didn't let it settle correctly. Redo that one. Wow. That's like the same thing. Here's the thing. I think I just typed in these numbers, just like, I just pulled these numbers out of nothing. I think. I'm assuming I go up here and I'm gonna not see the same numbers. Yeah, they run it at... I mean, this is just totally different than what I have. I'm at 0.33 with 1.05. I'm at 0.04 with 4. I don't know, let me try going further. Let me see if going further is... Match there is 0.06. Four is like literally ideal for some reason. It's like linearly worse the further away I go. Okay. Let's see if moving this left and right does anything. Let's go to 09. I feel like this should have a very small impact. Okay, it was a small impact, but it looks like it was worse. I'll test it a few more times, in case that was a fluke. Okay. That was like 10 more. Okay, so consistently worse there. Does the trend continue? Maybe. If that was a low end result. If I pass 60, like 63, then I'm pretty sure the trend continues. It just gets worse. So that's how I didn't reach 50. I know before the result was 40 to 50. So this seems like... Okay, it does seem worse. It does seem worse. I'll go one step closer again. To see. I don't understand how that slipped like at really low rate. The friction is just like too much. Okay, interesting. Interesting. It's like for one step it was worse, and then 2 steps it's not so bad. Whoa, that was really bad. Did I might have done that one wrong. I may not have waited. Alright. It is getting worse as I get closer. So let's see what 1-1 does. It seems like it was either not changing it or it had a negative effect. Okay. Oh. And that went over. It went out of the... It went above 50. Quite a bit above 50. I just don't believe it. I don't believe that I've arrived at, like, perfect numbers here. It's like any deviation I start making, it slides more. And when it's sliding, we're not accelerating. That's so much worse. Okay, I have seen like a fluke before, I think, where it just like has a crazy number, a crazy result. So I'll try it again, just in case that was random chance. Okay, maybe it was. Seems like once in a while, it performs really poorly. I didn't stop all the way, but... Okay. Let me keep testing this one. I haven't quite figured out yet if this is better or worse. So far, it just seems the same. It's either... So far, it's trending worse. I haven't gone under 40 yet, and I know I've gone under 40 a few times with how it was before. Yeah, okay. What about a little bit less? It could be better. Keep testing it. This seems so far maybe equivalent to 2. So maybe a bit lower. Okay, that just kind of threw it out the window. I'll try going like half. I'll try going in half increments away from 2 and see if either way looks better or not. Yeah, it's either the same or worse. What's up, Danilin? Yeah, same or worse still. I didn't do... I know I did a little bit of tuning. I was like, you know, just kind of like picking a random direction, be like, oh, that made it better. Cool. Did I really just happen to pick, like, the perfect numbers? Things are going so smooth. Very nice. Apparently, I do have, like, some kind of intuition on this because I literally picked up perfect numbers first try. And I'm, like, concerned that they're not saving correctly. I'm still at 205. So slightly higher. What is it about this curve that is just like nearly ideal? Yeah, this is just worse. What about it? This was a slight improvement, maybe? Let me try raising this value. Give myself some room to move. I think the funny thing is making this one really high just also making this value higher has a good effect. And lower has a bad effect. Yeah. Let me change the debug to, instead of being between 1, let me change it to 05. Because I want to see how close I'm sitting to this friction level. Because I think it also matters, if the friction is high, then I probably lose speed overall, maybe? Oh, that's like just solid green. So this is definitely just sitting at like 0. I cut that range substantially and it still looks pure green to me. Crazy. But this, like I said, this number going up where it is just has a positive effect on slip. But I think it has to go really high for it to have a meaningful effect. It's first time sub 30. Okay. Maybe I could just crank it up, too. I could just, like, literally make it 10. Sub 40. So, yeah, this is just a positive effect. What if I bring it slightly off? Do I start sliding like crazy immediately? Is 0.04 just always the best spot? No matter how high I make this. Somehow it is. Somehow it just is. I went under 30 and then under 40 and then I moved it over a little bit and now it's over 50. Maybe it was a fluke. Okay, we're like nuts. What lines up that this x coordinate is the ideal coordinate for your... Whoa. Oh, wait. Just had a lot of random slips there. But that was sub 30. I can handle slips over there. That seems like it's not a big deal. It's this initial acceleration that I want to be really low. Alright, that just exploded. So... maybe it's just a fluke. I'll run it again. 12. And then we get a bunch more. just, I don't know, 0.4 is like the perfect number. And this number going higher is just always better. Maybe I'll do 8. Somehow it just is. It does seem like... Yeah, okay. It actually seems like there might be a limit to how high I can actually put this value. There might actually be a limit there. So let's go under 4. Ooh, that's so bad. Huh. It's this... I think it's just because... I honestly, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this. It's really weird that... Sometimes it just has a lot of slip events when we're already at speed, which is not very good because that still interrupts also, I kind of wonder how this is happening. If forward and is any driven wheel slipping. What's causing that? Like, cause I don't see the wheels flat. I don't see the wheels turning red or any other color. They stay green. And suddenly I just get like a burst of like 100 slips at speed. Hmm. .5. I feel like I can get it a little bit closer. Somewhere between 4 and 5 is a really good number, I think. Okay, so we did 50 there. So it's not any better than 4. Hmm. These like random events later on. I don't understand them. I don't see any wheels flashing red. Like, I think I should be able to see a 1 frame flash red. Even out of the corner of my eye. Okay, I'm leaving it. Like, I've literally not changed anything but this value a little bit. And that got me from like 50 to 60 to 40 to 50. So, okay, I'll call that one a fluke because I know it is. 60. Okay, so it's not looking like a fluke? Or is this really bad luck? Hmm. I'm not getting the same results that I got initially. No, that's weird. All right, I'm done messing with it. I'm done messing with it. Cool. I'll have to figure something out for that later. When I really want that to be in there, I'll have to hack it, I think. Either I make the simulation more complicated, or I hack it, and I think I should just hack it. It's cool. I reach a certain speed and like the grid on top appears to slow down. But it's just moving so fast that it's like one frame is tracking perfectly. Okay. Oh my god, the car's bouncing like crazy. Okay. Should I send anything right now? Probably. I've done a little bit of stuff. Apparently I've done a lot of stuff. Oh, right. I documented some stuff and then I just said brakes. No more brake reverse, forward, brake stuff. Just brake. Yeah, so I just renamed brake reverse to reverse. Yeah, the resource, everything stayed the same, just the name. So it should just pick that up as a rename. This is the inputs. Same thing, it should just pick that up as, well, it's not a rename. That's fine, it's whatever. What changed there? Oh, it's position, right. None of the others asking about me. Multi-version control. I sure hope he has. I just commented that stuff out. I should just delete those because I'm not going to use that. Delete all that. I just have a new line there. I'm just gonna set that back. I feel like I don't have a good reason for that. Are brakes normally just on the front tires? That's a great question. Because I feel like if I think about what a car looks like, when I see them brake, I feel like I see the front tires lock. Ask mechanics. Foot brakes stop all wheels on all cars. When it stops rear brakes, an engine will overpower it. With more pressure on the front wheels than the rear ones. It is exaggerated in the front. Only brake the front wheels. Front brakes. Your front brakes are doing all the work. Disc brakes in the front and drum brakes in the rear. I ask about you every day in my dreams. That's crazy. Right. Okay. So they're saying a few times we seem to work on front wheels only. What is this about? Motor vehicle. Front brakes do about 70% of the braking through the vehicle. So is it a result of just how the mechanism of the vehicle works, and not necessarily that the front is stronger than the back? It's just that the front tires end up doing more braking even if they're applying the same amount of force. Does it just happen that way? Finally not joking this time. Yeah, you really need that. So I don't know, do I literally just write in a higher number here? I don't know. Maybe that is how they do it. The rear brakes are just like substantially less. Didn't I say I was going to submit this? I did. Oh well. I don't know. I don't know. Wait, with the player, or for the flying skill to not get on top of the player, it orbits. All right, I'm just gonna leave that there. I gotta stop messing with it. No bobbing. Okay. Why is there a nan there? I just noticed that there's a nan right there. Why? Alright, so all I did was I cranked up the brake torque on the front brakes. Maybe it's too high because they do lock. I don't want locking brakes. Maybe just a little bit higher. Because apparently I've read enough times that it's stronger on the front brakes, so I'll believe it. Okay. And then I need to open world here and save it 3 times. There we go. So this environment thing goes away and stops trying to change. Player, yeah, let me, okay. Player scene, what is changing here? Brake in reverse. World stuff is moving, so I don't want that. Okay. Brake is added. Brake reverse renamed to just reverse with some changes. There should be a rename for like the data file. It's not a script, so never mind, it doesn't even have that. Okay, everything that I'm gonna add. Seems good to me. Hang on. I'm on the right branch, right? Master, good. like input vehicle. I guess this would be like split. And then modify wheel forces. Okay. Wheel friction adjusted slightly. More brake power on, or I guess force. More brake force on front wheels. Sources say this is accurate. And then was that it? Oh. Braking is now independent inputs. I must have spelled that wrong. It's all E's. Why there's so many E's? Too many E's. Alleviates jumping due to gear switches. Maybe I say that when you're in reverse, you can shift back to neutral very quickly. Maybe that's what I could say. I don't know. Alright, I think I gotta stop with that, because I just basically keep going in there and changing it, and then I'm like, I don't like any of this, and I change it back with, like, one thing. And then 3.5 hours ago have gone by. Okay. Hey, Nexus. I would like to finally get the steering thing to not feel so dumb. Alright. I think I'll leave the steering as it is. I'm going to make the accelerator a bit better. Max rate. That didn't seem right. So it's per second. Yeah, let me print it out. Let me go back to printing this out. This one. Maybe try doing some research? Maybe. Yeah, so the release should be like its own thing for sure. Should be really quick. And I think that was too slow. I want to get the default to a value that I think seems right. I'm just trying to imitate, you know, close to about the fastest a person could reasonably press the accelerator. Right? Hopefully it's actually applying. Yeah, it seems way faster. Seems like it's slowly getting faster. .5. I didn't mean to do that. Maybe it should just be 1. Alright, I'm suspicious. What's going on there? I'm suspicious. I feel like that wasn't as fast as it should have been. Apparently it is. 2. I don't know, should be a ramp? No, that's what, huh? What's going on there? Okay, so apparently I have the max rate at a really low value. It does say set to 0 to disable the limit, so. Alright. Back to the beginning. Maybe I like that. I saw a negative number there for a second. That doesn't make any sense. That can't happen. Oh. That shouldn't happen. How did that happen? This should have caught it. This exactly should have caught it. Check overshoot. Offset. If the sign is positive, so when the sign is positive, that means I'm increasing. So my result value must be less than this value. If it's negative, what? How did that happen? How did it go negative? That could only happen if I, like, tapped. Because input forward here is either -1, 0, or 1. Those are the options. GT is working. GT. How did I get a negative value? If offset, I guess this can happen. No, because then I don't change the value. How did that happen? All of the code is right here. How did it become negative? Clamp the range between -1 and 1. Okay. So now I have a value forward. If the offset sign is positive, that means the maximum value forward we can have is forward. So we pick the smaller value between value forward and forward. If the sign is negative, we cannot go lower than forward. So if value forward is less than forward, then we use forward. So that's the max. Is that correct? Or maybe I just write it out. These mins and max just feel strange to me. They just feel strange to me. If they meet, then same value. So I believe I did that by pressing forward, releasing, and then pressing forward a bunch. Just all I did, I just pressed forward and released forward. Oh, interesting. I can make it happen every time. Why? Why does that happen every time? Input forward always starts with forward, and then I may change it here with value forward. Is that what I'm doing wrong? Maybe that is. Maybe this needs to be in here. Maybe... No, it's an accelerator. Updates the rate value using the delta time in seconds, the current offset from the desired value. In Dragon Ball GT, the GT means Grand Tour. Cool. It's still negative. I can always make it negative. What have I done? Greg Tech? What have I done? It can't be negative. I don't understand. How can this be negative? Or the cars and mules aren't made of rubber? Yes. You're right about that. right? I don't see it. I don't see how this is passing forward. Because what's happening when I release... Okay, I mean, I guess I just literally walk through it and I will figure it out. A shader problem all along. Yeah, truly. Okay. So my value forward is something greater than forward. Forward is 0. Value forward is like... I mean, I can literally print... I literally know the number, right? It's this number. Okay? I'll make it even, say it's 0.1. Value forward is 0.1. Forward is 0. This makes our offset negative 0.1. So I set everything up. Those are whatever. I call update. And then I update my value forward with this, which should be like negative. Let's say it's a big number. Let's say it's negative 0.2. Okay? So we're definitely hitting the negatives right now. Let's just say the result of value forward is negative 0.2. Offset was negative 0.1. Value forward is now negative 0.2. If the offset, if the sign of the offset is positive, it is not positive, it'll be negative. So value forward is now negative 0.2, forward is 0. If value forward is less than 0, value forward is now... So how does it become negative? Okay, let's say it's 0. My value forward is 0. My forward input is 1. 1 minus 0. Offset 1. I update with an offset of 1. We add a large value. And now, how? I don't see how it possibly becomes negative. That doesn't make any sense. I'm printing input forward. Input forward is set to value forward. Alright, here's what I know. If value forward is less than 0, breakpoint. Imagine rebuilding but forgot to recompile your shaders. Alright, it became negative. Why is it negative? Okay. Well, I would expect it to become negative. It should become negative. Value forward is currently negative 0.02. That's funny because that was even like my example value. Okay, offset is negative. Forward is 0. So how does this stay negative at this point? We get here, value forward is less than forward. Value forward will now be set to 0. If they're approximately equal, which they are literally the same value currently. How? Okay. How is it possible? Okay. Let me just hit continue here. It should... I pressed forward, and as I expected, it is negative again. And that's the value that it ends up being. Okay. So accelerate forward velocity, accel forward, velocity is negative. How did that happen? Offset is 1. I get it. I get it. When they become equal, accel forward velocity could be reset to 0. right? It should be reset to 0. Maybe, depending on the sign of the offset, I can also apply limits. No, that doesn't make any sense. Alright, I just do that. And I should never see it print again. Print negative again. It's fine for it to become negative when I'm decelerating, because that's expected, but then it should not then be negative when I start accelerating again. Awesome. No negatives. Okay. And I do still have the idea to I don't know, forward seems right. Forward seems right. Though I do think I want to see it if I call break. Maybe I want to see this snap. I don't know. It feels like it's too much. Feels like I do too much. Yeah, you know what? Let's say this. If forward input was approximately 0 and maybe I should put this all up here at the top. Okay. If not is forward and is break, okay. Is break, I will set value forward to be forward. All right. So this means once I press the brake and I'm not pressing any accelerate and I'm not pressing forward, then I instantly drop 0. Okay. I can still hold brake, and I still stay accelerating, or at least forward, immediately braking. I'm not seeing a counter tick down. I'm just straight off the brake. And I feel like I want it to go two ways. Right, that forward input accelerates to target input when near target input. You know, I don't think I want that. I don't think I want that. Alright. I think I want this to just be simpler. Or I guess a different mechanism. When I press the input, we move slowly to the target. When I release the input, we quickly, at a different rate, we quickly, or at a constant and different rate, we go back to the target. at a constant rate. When I press it, I start slow and I ramp up. When I release, I high constant speed to target. Okay. Forward acceleration rate. And then forward reset speed. This is rate that forward input returns to 0. This will be constant rate. Constant speed. That forward input returns to 0 when released. Or just returns to 0. And then acceleration rate towards forward input. Okay. And all I should need is, well, I guess I need a value forward and speed forward. Star Citizen is free again. Okay. I get confused with these names. That's the one that's like not complete yet, right? Or maybe I should say will never be completed. Yes. Why do they make it free? I don't understand. Why do they do that? Almost nearing $1 billion. Yeah. That game might be a metaphor for the lottery at this point. Will your dollar be the one that makes the game, that finishes the game? Try your luck. Server stress test. They need funding, right, to make their game. And player numbers get funding. Maybe something like that. If offset, offset means, okay, what I really want to know is if we're going to forward or if we're going away from forward. No. If forward is 0, if forward is 0 or the sign is opposite, right? If this is, if not is forward or the signs are opposite. The sine of forward is not equal to the sine of value forward. Then our Excel right. Oh, wait, what the hell is Excel right? Oh. Looking for a value forward, speed forward, speed forward. Speed forward is going to be forward reset speed. And that's as simple as that. Otherwise, speed forward will be adding the forward accelerate. If we reach our target, then speed forward resets to 0. And now with this, I do, actually I guess this would be times delta. No, it'd just be like that. No, this is multiplied by delta because that's an acceleration rate. And then I take value forward and I move it towards forward using speed forward times delta. The wheels are drained, they get smarter with time and they need new ones. No, they don't. The whales don't get smarter with time. They just start spending their money on something else. So value forward, adding the sine of, do I even need offset? Not really. I just need the sine of offset. I'll even call this diff. For difference, because that's what it means. At the sine of the difference multiplied by speed forward times delta. You had lunch? I have not. Oh wow, I need to though. It's funny. I was actually planning on like getting up like a half hour before I was gonna do that and put a pizza in the oven, and I just totally forgot to do that. Dang. The sign of the difference, so we are moving value forward to forward. So if value forward is less than forward, then the sign will be positive. If value forward is greater than forward, then the sign will be negative. So I add it. Or I guess what I can really do is just put this here. This can just fill that spot. We clamp it between -1 and 1. And then I check for overshoot. can just save it here. Direction. If direction was positive and we went over, clamp it. If direction was negative and we went under, clamp it. If they're the same, do that, and speed forward reset. So actually I don't do that there. How does this handle? You're welcome, Yulia. What? All right, well, that looks like a constant rate. And it does seem like it has an acceleration and then a very slow speed. Although maybe 2 should be the value I'm looking for. Cool. Let's try 1.5 and a slower... Whoa. Sorry. A slower rate. That seems weirdly fast. If we're not pressing forward, or the signs are not the same, zero if x is 0. Yeah. So for the first update, we start at forward reset speed, which is wrong. If we're not moving forward, let's say maybe if we're not going forward and no, or oh my. All right, do this. Not moving forward. Or this. Oh, wow. What? What? Okay, just start over. Just straight up start over. Okay, straight up start over. So I'm sitting still. Forward is 0. I press up. Value forward is 0. Forward is 1. Difference is 1. If value forward is 0, then we want to accelerate, no matter what, right? So if value forward is equal to 0, I am definitely accelerating no matter what. Okay. If I'm not, at 0. If I'm not at 0, if we are is forward, I am definitely, or sorry, speed forward. Oh, come on. Speed forward starts there, right? I guess I say it is actually always going to be a plus. Speed forward is going to be forward reset speed. Okay? I could practically just write this at the top in either order. So if we are not pressing forward, which means we're returning to 0, we are returning to 0, right? This is specifically specified to say the constant speed that we return to 0. If I am accelerating, if I have a positive value here, and the signs are the same, or I guess say if I'm starting at 0, I start, right? This is how we start. Speed 0 starts there. Do that. And then I guess otherwise I know that my value forward is not 0, and I'm pressing forward. Let me even try this. Yeah, let me say if we're different signs, or if we're the same sign. If forward is 0, we do that. If we're the same sign, then we're accelerating. Otherwise, speed is once again forward reset speed. Because they're different signs, so like I'm pressing back, but I was just going forward, so I need to release really quickly. Is there a way I can bring this down to like 2 lines? Or like 2 ifs? When we're starting, we're starting. Yeah, if we're not pressing forward, this is our speed guaranteed. This is what I want to favor. If we are pressing forward and we're starting, our value forward is 0, then assign speed. Otherwise, our value forward is some value and we are pressing forward, whether it be reverse or forward or whatever. Our forward input is not 0. Then we want to compare the signs. If we are going the same direction, then I want to do this. I guess this means... okay. No, I get it. I see what's happening. I need to specifically have a switch when I go from not having input to having input. Yeah, you know, I think it shouldn't even be here. Honestly, I think it just shouldn't be here. I'm taking it all out. Because honestly, I don't exactly like any of this code. And now I think it just doesn't even belong here. This should be on the player. I'm just going to get rid of it all. So are we back to... Yep. Okay. So, player. I want to track everything through here. On the player, controls. Where could I put this? Maybe I just put it up here. This would be like vehicle buttons. Vehicle, I don't know. I'd almost want like another, like more subgroups, but it doesn't work like that. Vehicle what? Let me just actually make it, leave this like that. Oops. But then underneath controls, maybe just have like driving. I have aiming here. Make it have driving underneath aiming. Maybe I'll just call this like forward. This would be drive forward. Or drive forward. Acceleration. rate of forward input acceleration when driving. Reset speed. Constant forward input reset speed when not applying input or input opposes the I guess target input opposes the current input. And then was there another? I don't think there was any other values there. I guess I need like the enable button. It's like checkbox only. If forward input acceleration is applied, it can smooth out sliding when accelerating from standstill on a keyboard. Keyboard. Driving. Okay. And now I need values to work with. Current forward inputs. Current forward input rate. Speed. Okay. Alright, so now I can really mess with this when stuff is pressed. Okay. If the accelerator is triggered, if drive forward enable, so maybe I just say I'll just say else. You go forward input is 1. Same thing here. -1. If I hit brake, if drive forward enable and not accelerator is triggered, then I think reset that to 0. Well, I don't know, maybe not. I'll leave that out for now. If the vehicle forward inputs, then I guess I would say, this actually kind of changes a bit. So if it's like this, then I do all these things. Otherwise, it's just this check. There's one. Okay. I don't know what to do here yet. Yeah, I don't know what to do here. Okay, let me just leave it like this, I guess. Yeah, just right pass. Okay. Drive forward is enabled. If we are pressing accelerate, I want to move the value towards 1. Right. Yeah, I think otherwise I say, if I'm not pressing forward, I want, what's it, vehicle forward input speed. I want to reset this to 0. And let me do an if here. If vehicle input is not 0, then I want to say reset this to 0, I guess. I guess maybe I should do this. No, I think just setting it to 0 every time is fine. It's probably fine. We are resetting to 0. Oh, wait, this is kind of wrong. So if drive forward is enabled, all right, I have to do it this way. Okay. So it's just a totally different thing. If accelerate is triggered, I'm going somewhere. if reverse is triggered, I am going somewhere. Otherwise, if I had some kind of input, I need to reset it. And this depends on if, I mean, it's just tracking to 0, right? So it should just be direction will just be the sign of vehicle forward input, the negative sign. Wait. This value is returning to 0, which means I just subtract its sign. Yeah. No, I think I do need this for like a pass check if I go over it. Subtract direction times drive forward reset speed times delta. Do I have delta here? Update vehicle delta. Cool. Subtract its direction. So if the direction is positive, we're returning to 0 that way. Times the reset speed, times the delta. Then if direction was positive, I think I did that wrong. This should be min. If we're going up, it should be the smaller value. Or no. No, this is positive, then we're going down, which should be the larger value. Otherwise, this is going to be the smaller value. And then when this becomes 0, I would have set it to 0. So yeah, I'll just make it simple here. If vehicle input speed is not specifically 0, do this. And then once we get close to 0, snap it to 0. Okay, so we're not pressing any button, which means we are resetting to 0. Which means we're going at this speed. If we're pressing accelerate, if vehicle forward input is less than 0, then I guess what I want to do here is I want to add I want to apply it as if I'm resetting. So I just want to do it all like this. I'm just going to copy this. Set the speed to 0. Actually, I think I've got a way to solve that. So if we were going the opposite direction, I want to release at, I want to return to 0, basically, as quickly as possible. And then this will just be an if vehicle input is 0 at this point, then I am starting. So vehicle input speed will be set to 0. And then I am adding. Try forward acceleration times delta. And then vehicle forward input is clamp. I guess it'll be the smaller value between vehicle input, speed times delta, and 1. And then I guess here it would be if vehicle forward input is not equal to 1, then I will be doing this. And then I guess I say, yeah, I want to reset the acceleration whenever I release the inputs. I think this should all be working. I know I have exact checks here for floats, which is typically like a bad thing, but I'm snapping the values. So if we're close to 0, snap it to 0. We keep increasing the value until we hit 1, and then we set it equal to 1, and then it will stop updating the value. So it'll just stay 1 while I have accelerate pressed. Once I release, if it's not 0, which it won't be 0, reset the speed and then move it back at this constant speed towards 0. And then I was going to say, I guess this goes up here, but if vehicle forward input is on approximately 0, then I actually want to be setting it. Otherwise, I don't care. Actually, I'll just say if we're not 0, like that. And I guess I can track the bool here. No, because we'll update there, so I need to check it again. Never mind. Alright, so reversing currently doesn't do anything, but I'm just going to see. Okay, first of all, I'm going to have it off, and then I'm going to run. I should just be able to accelerate and reverse like nothing's changed. Yep, looks pretty good to me. Cool. Now I turn it on. And I should see immediately that I accelerate slower. And then also that I can't reverse. Yep, I can't reverse. So input should be going to 0 though, so I should just be slowing down right now. Looks like I am. I'm accelerating again. I just released, so I should stop. I might see it. Yeah, it looks like we're going pretty slow. Okay. I mean, really what I should do is just print it out. I should just be printing it out. I release, drops to 0 pretty quick. Up, I release, I up again, release, press up, release, press up. Okay. This seems pretty good. And it is like definitely a slow acceleration. Right, that's a really small value. Then it cranks up. Okay, how long does that take to go from 0 to 1? It should be less than 2 seconds. I don't know if that was less than 2 seconds, but maybe it was. What if I just tap? Very slow. Maybe it could be lower? Yeah, now it's being weird and it's like tracking a value that I have to reset. Alright, that definitely took way longer. But I feel like I don't want to go too low. It's probably better to have like some limiter on the vehicle itself that prevents you from accelerating so fast that you just slide the tires. Why does it do this? It's going down at a normal rate and then it starts like getting kind of crazy with the values. Like it's accelerating down or something. Yeah, this is like a jump of like more than 0.2 there. And then here it's... What is up with that? It's really weird. If forward input is not 0, speed 0, direction, subtract its direction at the drive forward reset speed. Strange. because when I release the button, it should take, like, these numbers look, I don't know, weird. Why, like, I did see one spot where it went down more than 0.02, right? That's less than 0.02. Right. I mean, this one's pretty close. This is like 0.013, I guess. Close enough. 0.013. Did I just read that wrong? No, this jump right here is... I guess if delta time increases, then I would see this. Because this is more than 0.013, is it? Maybe it's not. 0.1 would be 2.1, and then 0.3 or 0.003 on top of that. I guess that's correct. Maybe I just looked at it wrong. Okay, that's right. And I don't know what number I looked at there. Apparently I don't know what number I looked at. Alright, reverse. Let's make reverse happen. Probably really similar. Very similar. Probably so similar that I could essentially change what do I change? We're traveling towards -1. So this would be changed to a max with -1 here. And it would be vehicle minus this value. And everything else should stay the same. And if we're not equal to -1, okay, maybe I do this. So, or reverse is triggered. Total this up. And I will do accelerate is not triggered, but we know one of them is triggered, then this will be -1. Okay? Alright. So I guess this would be if forward input is, so depending on t here, this parameter changes. Would I just multiply it by t? Okay, so this is if we're moving the opposite direction. So if forward input was negative and I was going positive, I was tending towards positive, I want to move at this rate. If... Alright, let me try both, I guess. Let me just try both and see what changes, because apparently I can't figure it out. If we are greater than 0, then we are doing, I want to add, well, I know which way I'm going, right? Well, our target is -1 and we're above that. We're above 0. So I want to say am adding we just simplify it. So maybe it's a bit easier, or less code is easier for me to see the pattern here. If we are positive, stop us at 0. If we're going, which actually won't be true. So I actually know that this is not true. Right, okay. We know that our forward input is negative, so we want to add until we reach 0. If we get close to 0, snap it to 0. This is the case, so this is the one that's true. And then I guess, yeah, this stays there. Okay. So what's the pattern? A min and a max, subtract and add, less than and a greater than. Oh, I've just gotten dark. Whoops. Not paying attention. Okay. Maybe a way that I could rewrite this is to say vehicle forward inputs lamp vehicle forward inputs plus drive forward reset speed times delta. The smaller value between this one and 0. So it would be and 0. This one would be similar, but it would be the other way around. Clamp between 0 and this. So we can only decrease towards 0. And this should be minus. So I could write this as plus t times that. Okay, so that handles the minus sign there. How can I set this one up so that they flip? Um... Alright, maybe I bring it back to this one. And then I'll do an if. We are increasing if we've gone over 1. Or sorry, we're going the opposite direction. So our current input is negative. We're going towards 1. If we go over 0, then set it to 0. And then here, if we go under 0, then set it to 0. Maybe this is a better way to visualize it. So t is negative, so this would be subtracting. Alright, so this, how can I get t to work here? Getting t to work here is the same thing as getting t to work here. Right? Writing t times here would change nothing, but if I were to write t times here, let's just assume for a second this is what I write. So this would be -1 times, I'm adding up to 0, so this would be -1 times 1. Is greater than 0. That's not true. Negative times a negative would end up being positive. So if this value is still negative, then we set it to 0. So that doesn't work. I guess I could say if the signs match, so maybe we could write it like this. If vehicle forward input, sorry, sign is equal to t. So they match now. They didn't match before, and now they do match. Which means I passed 0. So that works there. And this should work here too. So this is negative. We're increasing it. They're both negative, we're fine. This one becomes positive. Oh wait, no. The target is negative. This one is positive. I'm decreasing it. Once they match, I've hit my point, so I say, just make it 0. And I guess this could just be an else. I guess it could just be an or then. And maybe... I don't know which one's better. Okay, so these match. The bodies of these match, so now I just need to get this one out here. So I did that by checking the signs. if t is negative and this one is positive, so I guess it would be if vehicle forward input is not already 0. And the sign of vehicle is not matched to t. Then this body. And I guess I can just bring this all to one line as it fits. So if our current input is not 0 and our sign is not the same as the target, I want to move at this rate towards target. So towards target. T. If they are matching, that means I have now crossed over vehicle forward input 0. Or if this one is close to 0, then 0. When this is exactly equal to 0, reset forward input to 0. Does that do it? Oh, and then I have a 1 here. So I guess is as long as we are not equal to the target value, increase our speed, and then I think this is as simple as saying add t times vehicle forward input speed times delta. And now I have to somehow limit it to target. So I guess I can say if the absolute values are greater. So if the absolute value of vehicle input is greater than the absolute value of t, set it to t. So once we pass t, we clamp the t, and then we just leave it there. Okay. I just realized I was running the game that whole time. All right. Does this handle accelerating and reversing all together? I release, we set to 0 pretty quick. I press back, we go to negative. Okay. It seems like that's it. It's a bit weird for sure, because I am not applying a brake. I'm just straight up reversing while rolling, which is probably really bad. So maybe I should like require that if I'm moving forward, I have to be below a certain speed before I can start reversing, because otherwise I can just reverse like in place. That's kind of crazy to do. But yeah, it's probably a bad thing to allow it to happen, but I'll leave it for now. Alright. I would now like to see if that does anything helpful for sliding. Is it anything helpful for sliding? It seems like it's not. It seems like it might even be worse somehow. Somehow, like, it actually is kind of worse, or maybe that was just a fluke, I don't know. Maybe not, I don't know. I think for that, it really needs to be... That probably is a vehicle input at that point, where... Or a vehicle thing. Where it doesn't let you slide the wheels. Maybe it should, I don't know. Maybe it probably should. Maybe it just should. It seems like sliding is still happening all over the place, but oh, maybe I could even drop that acceleration in half. Let's see. See if something happens. It seems like it took a lot longer for it to start. So I'll see, I'll leave this on. And check if tuning this can really help with slipping. Seems like early it helps. Trying to let this suspension level out. It seems like it does a lot for the start. Because it used to be that the most slipping was happening right at the start. So I guess just to test, I'd turn this off and see what changes now. It seems like overall there's less slipping when this is turned off, but there's way more at the front. Yeah, so we hit 34 there. It was almost all at the start. I'll test it a few more times. I won't let the suspension level out. I'll just run it. I'll just gun it as soon as I see red. $36. $43. One more run. $50. All right, turn it on. There's more. There's absolutely more slipping. But I'm seeing it green a long time. For the startup, it's green. Green. That, and then it flashes back. And maybe it does it again a little bit later. Alright, so I think this is definitely better. Definitely better, I think. So, how could I really test this? I guess a good way to test it would be starting a timer when I press forward. And I guess putting some trigger at some distance. Or maybe just saying, you know, once I pass 60. Dog is scaring me. He's looking out the window. Alright. Here's a test. No more slipping. I am going to start a timer when I get forward input, and I'm going to end the timer when the vehicle exceeds 60 miles per hour. I could literally make that just a debug thing. So let's do an export debug, or export var debug. Print 060. Document this one. When accelerating from stationary, sleeping, start a timer which ends once the vehicle exceeds 60 mile per hour, and print the timer. Now, I think the vehicle provides this number somewhere. Maybe. I want to see what wheel speed at clutch gives me, because this might be... Oh no, I think I want to look at the debug render. The debug render will... I'll trust that. Whatever that does for how it determines its current velocity, or speed, I guess. It is vehicle body, linear velocity. Okay. So it's just the pure linear velocity. Okay. How do vehicles measure that? Do they use like an internal measure of velocity? Adjusted for gravity, or however that works? Or does it use the rotation of the wheels to figure its speed? Let me look that up. How do cars know their speed? The speed at which the wheels are turning. The transmission, final drive RPM, and through gearing display the vehicle speed. Transmission RPM. Final drive RPM. It displays the wheel speed and assumes a tire rolling diameter. Well, I mean, I know exactly how fast the car moves. But I think it would make more sense for the readings to be based on purely information known to the car, like its wheel turning. I mean, that's pretty much the one thing that it has. I kind of need more specific math here. That's bright. Oh, that's really bright. Mechanical, use a cable connected to the vehicle transmission. Changes gears. The speed of the wheels also changes. It's transmitted through the cable. Electric, use sensors to measure the speed of the wheels and send this information to a computer. Calculates vehicle speed and displays on the speedometer. If you have larger tires than what came with the vehicle, speedometer reads slower than your actual speed. Or a mechanical one, or what? What is this? Okay, maybe I should look at what this is. Locksmith service? Who is this? Electronic repair shop. Okay. No. No. Howacarworks.com? They gotta be correct, right? Alright, this might be too much. This might be too much. I'll maybe a little bit simpler. A milometer? I've never heard it called that. Milometer. Milometer. The measured speed is bound to change slightly from a true road speed if the tires are not at the correct tire pressure, and also the tires wear down. Accurate within a range of speeds must be no slower than the actual road speed of the car. Allowed to give speeds up to 10% greater. Plus I don't understand. They're using this kind of English, and they're talking about law. Whose law? That's kind of important to know. Whose law? Okay. Oh, this is really strange. So they're using non-American English and they're giving primary units in miles per hour. I'm very confused now. Genuinely confused. Keywords rotates from the shift. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. They talk about mechanical, which I think is what probably what I want to go off of. But I guess like when I'm simulating code, it's probably not even any different. It's just the mechanism. The results are the same. They're basically just measuring the speed. So effectively, I just pick. What do I pick? I pick. There's a bunch of math here to figure it out. Somewhere around here is where it computes some added speed to each wheel. So for each wheel, set angular velocity, which is estimated angular impulse over inertia. Angular velocity of the engine. There should be. So B stores all the wheels' angular velocity. Gaussian elimination, I don't even know what that does. I feel like somewhere here there's just the proper... Is it just the transmission RPM? No, because somewhere... Okay, so somewhere... How does RPM work? Is it RPM divided by the gear ratio? Transmission ratio. Get current ratio. Is this effectively the value that I'm looking for? Do we divide RPM by ratio? It's a crazy variable name. When wheels are locked up, use the transmission ratio to determine the sign. Come on, brake. Work, okay. I'm kind of confused. Is the ratio 1 over the ratio? Then that would make sense. If gear... No, it's just the value. Car going well, I'm back. Yeah. I'm trying to get like a physically based reading of speed for the car. Seems like the general idea is you basically read the engine RPM in combination with the current gear, and that should tell you what speed you're traveling at. Jolt is basically useless then? No. It reads out the physical body's velocity, so it's not physically based. The car doesn't actually have like an onboard sensor that is measuring its like velocity relative to the earth or whatever. It uses the rotation of the wheels essentially. But what I really want to do is effectively get a calculation for this rotation of the drive shaft, I guess is what it's called. That's not like, they don't have a variable in there that's like, you know, drive shaft RPM. God already did just for his project. Clutch to wheel ratio. Why does it say clutch to wheel ratio? Because there's no clutch happening here. That is weird. So this is just the clutch to differential torque ratio. Both wheels, all power to the left, all power to the right. Okay. Like, this is unreadable. I don't know what that is. Clutch strength. The friction times the strength, or 0. Transmission ratio is no longer red. So for each driven wheel, what I'm actually doing is the driven wheel clutch to wheel ratio contains the transmission, essentially the gear, I guess. What? Times the differential ratio. Wait, what? It's 2025. Who's buying an Xbox? No one. I saw that one ad where, I don't know who it was, John Halo voice actor was doing like some quote video or something. And he did an ad read like in the middle of it essentially saying, don't buy an Xbox anymore. You can play your Xbox games on your computer now. So. It was a really bad advertisement. The message was bad for Xbox. They're essentially saying, we don't make console anymore. We publish games, essentially. I don't know. All right, I'm just gonna do this. Compute speed in meters per second. So what I will do, we'll go through get wheel size. I guess it would be wheels, array of just wheelbase settings, I guess. Wheel. Where is it? Settings, wheels. Let me do this. There we go. Get the wheel radius, and now I get output RPM. So this should just be the engine RPM. And then I have to get the gear ratio. So controller, what's going on here? Oh, get controller as. Okay. It's actually, you know what? I'm gonna make this a method on there instead. Jolt vehicle needs to have a compute for the speed. It does. Virtual set controller, and then virtual float speed ms. Pure virtual. I think it can be pure virtual. That's fine. Should be virtual const override. Yeah. So I do I can do a float ratio. I'm gonna read this message. I will read it. You offer no excuses that you're selling a weak closed system hardware. You made Call of Duty, make it free on Game Pass, now crying about low sales. Blow Windows, and now you're crying about how you need to run File Explorer earlier. Doing the system booting to so it appears fast instead of debloating on people moving to Linux. Yeah, that's funny. Take your time, it's nothing. That's all correct. It's all correct. And I think what I might want to do is like keep a running tab of the RPM, so it's more average over time instead of like a fast response. And maybe I just only check that value as I'm calling it as well. Alright, do any of these have... Nice. It's like nothing. Okay. Very little information there. Vehicle engine. And get the current RPM. Angular velocity in radians per second. You know, it's probably a better value. Radians per second. Yeah, maybe? Yeah. No food today? I guess not. I don't know, I don't really feel too hungry. Okay, getting my idea. So I'm gonna get, is this the right method? Get current ratio. Ratio between engine and differential. Ooh. Engine, get current RPM. Output RPM will be, I'm assuming because the gear ratio is stepped down, that I divide, right? So I do, right, yeah. Right? Because in first gear, you're at like 2. So for every 2 RPM of the engine, you're getting 1 RPM out. And then the ratio flips. So then it's like for every 2 RPM in the engine, you can like 3.5 out or something like that. Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense to me. And I'm going to track this over time. I want to track this over time. Private. I think local vector. Float. The RPM. History. And then I think I want to initialize that with like the last 10 readings, I guess. Is that how I would do that? right, let me find this. Maybe I can do that here. Is local vector? Nope. Templates local vector. Cool. Initialize with... Who knows? Because a constructor is not at the top. Here we go. Initializer list. Okay. That's not an option. Okay. I guess whenever I set the controller, or yeah, whenever I set the controller, I want to reset. So engine RPM history. Oh no, I want the output. So I want the... Do I want the engine RPM history? No, I definitely want the output history. Is it clear? Oh, no, that's not exactly what I want. Do I have fill? Nope. Okay. Does array... I think... Does typed array... Someone does this. Typed array... Right, so my question is, when I call clear, 10K? Okay, when I call array clear, okay, no. All right. I know what I do. I just go through it and I reset it. So I is less than engine RPM history. Should definitely just be size. Equals 0. Okay. Oh, and this is not engine RPM. This is output RPM. Reset that. And when I initialize, like this, right? I say output RPM history. I guess I have a static const. Size. Does not initialize the field's jolt controller. That's fine. That's not even. I don't have to worry about that. I mean, I guess I can just say it's null pointer. And this has a default constructor, so I guess I can just do that. Sure. So now I get this, I retrieve the engine. Current RPM. Divided by the ratio. And then I say history is equal to RPM, and then increment the index, or I guess it would be do this, and then output modulo output RPM size. Cannot assign non-static. Oh. Not a real thing I can do. Can I assign non-static that I remember with count? Oh. My bad. So does this work now? Cool. Alright. So I track that, and then I will run through all of these and count up how many are non-zero. Int count to 0 for a float. Or RPM or float. RPM in, and I think I can do this. This has an iterator. Iterator. Yeah, it has a begin and an end. Yeah, that's all it needs. Cool. You know what? I'll just do this. RPM is greater than 0. Count. Average at RPM. Watching a Star Citizen stream. 9 minutes and no bugs. Wow. Huh. And maybe you just haven't noticed them. Isn't it more that the game is just like not content complete? Like it's shallow or something. If count is 0, return 0. That's average. I guess I can also say or average is... Nah, I won't. Divide by count. And then... what does it return when we're neutral? Oh no. I noticed something. When I stop accelerating, I go into neutral. And instead of reading out like, you know, 50 miles an hour because I just stopped accelerating, it shifts all the way down to neutral. And it reads 0. But I'm clearly rolling. So, is that right? I don't know. $800. That's probably it. 898 million. I don't like this. I don't like this already because I just noticed that it doesn't account for rolling wheels. I'm not entirely sure how the mechanism of that works. I guess I could... I don't know. I actually don't know. It can't just be that, right? Also, I'm dividing by 0 here. It's really smart for me. So, I guess what I can say is if the ratio, like that, we're less than 0. Otherwise, we are greater than that value, so I just know the value. So in this case, what happens when I'm in neutral? I think what should happen is I read through... I could do two things at once. If I'm in neutral, I can just read out the speed of the wheels and compute that as the RPM. if I'm not a neutral, I use just the engine RPM, I guess. Or I could just only go for the rotation of the wheels. All right, let me go for that. I'm just going to read in the average wheel RPM. Arc Raiders 121k viewers. I am surprised by that. I think people might hate themselves. Alright, how do I get the wheels here? Where do the wheels come from? It should be... Oh, is it vehicle constraint? Get wheels. And then a reference of wheel settings. Oh, wait, no. M wheels are... Wheels. Wheels are... I wish I knew. I just wish I knew. Wheels comes from wheel H. Array of wheel. Okay. Where's the radius? There. Get settings to get the radius. PvE and most players are friendly. Shocking. Genuinely. I still struggle to believe that that game is not just their effort to make players be nice is successful. There's basically a rule in game making. Players will optimize the fun out of your game. Even if it is more fun to interact with other players, if it's not more efficient, then people won't do it. So how is it more efficient to be nice? And not just go blasting? So I guess I can say the wheel needs to have contact, and then I read the angular velocity. These JPH. I guess it's literally just JPH wheels, right? Controller. I think I get constraint. Vehicle controller. Vehicle controller. Yeah, get constraints. Is Tarkov PvP or... Tarkov is PvPvE as well. And as far as I'm aware, you will struggle to find nice players. Most of the time, you find someone, you shoot them. Or you just get shot from someone you don't see yet, who has made no communication with you. I get the constraints. Oh, I literally have it written up there. Well, that would be smart. Get wheels. I is less than wheels size. And I guess I can write const wheels, right? Because I know I won't be changing it. Guess the view count of Tarkov on Twitch and Steam. The viewer of Tarkov. I might say in the sub 10,000s. But I don't know. That's just a wild guess. Based on nothing. Okay, so then for each wheel, I should have a wheel setting that I can obtain. So for each wheel, I have get angular velocity. And then angular velocity can be set to RPM. Actually, I don't need to know wheel radius. It's just RPM. Wheel... I'll call it unit RPM. Basically compute it as if... Compute an RPM as if the wheel had a 1 meter radius, I guess. Like, call me off guard because I typed before I actually looked it up. Okay, well, yeah, I was wrong then. I don't think that many people would want to watch Tarkov. I feel like that's one of those games that is way more fun to play than it is to watch. And most games are not like that. I think most games are more fun to watch than play. I would definitely rather play Tarkov than watch someone play Tarkov. I guess this just is the output RPM. So I'll say computer unit RPM as if the wheel radius was 1 meter. Wheels I. Get angular velocity. There's a thing on engine, angular velocity to RPM. Copy that. I think I can just throw this in here wherever I want. Yeah. Is it M? Macro pi? Yeah, this thing is really, like, weird and buggy. How there's so many defines? I don't understand that. Ah. Okay. This is the mod. This is the module. Yeah, it has to be because I'm importing stuff. So I should have JPH pi. Oh, it's not like YouTube and PC on single player Tarkov. Worse than listening to a real player. The AI on that mod is on steroid. Even teabag you when you die. Is Helldivers 2 still a horde shooter? What? 400 viewers on Twitch. That is pretty low. That's kind of shocking. RPM would be... I think it's just wheel angular velocity times this value. Is that how they do it? Oh no, RPM divided by velocity to RPM. Oh no, angular velocity to RPM. I have the angular velocity. Get angular velocity. Are people hating on it because recently there was something like there was like a mission, I think, like player base in I don't know what country, some place in Asia. They get really upset because their city was supposed to be like spared or something because they like they played the game a bunch to like keep the city safe or defended, I guess. But I guess some translation was wrong because that was never a possibility, I guess. So they played it a ton to keep their city defended, and then the city was overrun anyway. I know something like that happened. I think they undid that. I think they did undo that. I'm not sure. Something like that. There could be a newer thing. Angular velocity times angular velocity to RPM, and then now I need to convert it to like a unit RPM. How does that work? Actually, if the wheel doesn't have contact, then yeah, if not has contact, then skip it. Wheels are an array of pointers? Yes. Of course they are. I guess if it doesn't have contact or it's slipping. Longitudinal slip. Yeah. Alright, so let me do this. Wheel WV. I know what it is. I know it happens to be one of these. Oh, just give me that. If it doesn't have contact or wheel M. Actually, if I can... I guess... Wait, would I actually just multiply this by, like, the opposite? I don't even know. I'll just say if it's slipping, I ignore it. You're getting rid of HDR to lower the size of game. Actually, no, let me not even do that. If it doesn't have contact, then... I don't care. In fact, I actually extra don't care. Just give it to me. Oh, man. I mean, that would help. But that kind of sucks for people who have HDR monitors then. So I have an RPM. I guess, do I just divide it by its radius? How big can HDR be? It's like an extra channel for I mean really it's a whole extra texture, right? You need, I'm assuming that's the point of it. Certain I guess you have textures that are like HDR textures, so like skyboxes definitely are HDR textures. I think that means they typically have a larger size. I guess you can have masks that tell brightness, so like a floating point from 0 to 1. So that's a whole nother, like a whole extra 4 bytes, I guess. So if you have like a 1K image, instead of just being RGBA, it would be RGBA plus like, I guess instead of just RGB, it would be RGB and then a 4th channel for brightness, for over bright colors. Because typically your range is just 0 to 1. Or you would just store them as bytes, so you would have, or ints. So it'd be 0 to 256 for the color. And then you would have, to go over that, you would have to have, I guess, another bit for each one. So I guess maybe it's not too much more, that you can double your range. But I guess typically instead of storing a 4 byte 255 max integer, you would store an 8 byte float. I mean, that's my assumption. Something to do with textures. Likely textures. They have some kind of HDR textures that are just larger, so they're just cutting out the HDR of that. You can still get HDR from shading as like a side effect. But as far as textures go, you need the extra space. I would think so. I've never really messed with HDR textures, so I don't know their formats exactly, but I'm just assuming that they are larger because they need a wider range, so they need more bits for the colors, or they just have like a second bit next to the color that says like a brightness value. Yeah. Like a light source can be HDR with nothing but like a brightness parameter. It doesn't add anything extra. It would just be like a shading thing. If they wanted to, they could still, you know, cut out the shaders, so then you like never get HDR. So not even from like over bright lights. I think just from here, I just compute how much distance we're covering from the radius. So I have an RPM. If I rotate... Also, this is per minute. I really want it in per second. So I guess I would multiply by 60 to get in seconds. Alright, let's do RPS. Or would be divided by? Yeah, 10 rotations per minute would be much less. I don't think I've heard him bark like that before. Is that audible? Maybe. It's like almost, it's more like a howl than a bark. Alright, 1 second. Leave doggy alone. I'm back. I'm trying to just get him to calm down. I just pet him and I give him a treat. Now he's going to the back window to wait until they go by again. Alright, so if it's an RPM, angle velocity to RPM. Also, I see this 60 here. Should that be 6? Because if I divide, or should it be 1? Should that be 1? Because if I multiply this by 60 over some value and then I divide by 60, that's the same as multiplying by 1 over 60. So the 60s cancel out and I just get 1. So this should just be 1. I can see it going through. Alright, he's barking again. I'll be right back. I'm back. He's protecting you? That's what he thinks? Alright, so I think I'm actually going to wrap it up right here. Because now I'm actually hungry. And it's getting dark. Dark enough. So yeah, I think I'll keep working on this and just not on stream. I think I'll just finish this up really quick. Is there anything here that I can do? I don't think so. Well, maybe. I guess I put this in there and it works. So, I'll actually send that. Work at night overtime. I still want to do like a night stream. I want to do that at some point. I deleted all of it from there, so I think I want to add that. Debug print 0 to 60. I guess I can just never had the guts to. I just like keep forgetting about it. Maybe I'll do one tomorrow. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Wrong thing. It's, or no, right thing. Vehicle. Is it, wait, what is this? Git status. Git add, I think just vehicle. Truck. Git add interactive vehicle. Patch 1 split, yes, no, and then yes to everything. I dare you do a what? A weekadon? What's that? A weekadon? Like work, what does that mean? Like work nonstop for a week or something? I can't do that. That's not happening. I think I would literally like, no clue, something like that. I think I would literally permanently give up on game design or on game development if I try to commit to nonstop for a week straight. Die on stream? Yeah. I think I would actually just give up on my dream, so I tried to do that. Oh yeah, I can't die on stream for real. Yeah, I can't do that. I'll make sure I will avoid doing that. Okay, move vehicle input acceleration to player. Removed input accelerators from no one will know. Lame, that would have been interesting. I'll do my best not to. Otherwise I'd get banned, right? Isn't that what it's kind of funny, right? You die on stream, you get banned. So I don't want to get banned, so I'm not going to do that. Vehicle script. Added better acceleration inputs to player script. Will add steer things there. Right? Cool. And yeah, I'm gonna figure this one out. I mean, I've already figured it out. Maybe not. I'm not entirely sure. This is literally just divided by 2 pi. So I don't know why I'm like... Angular philosophy, yeah. You remind me of... Minecrafted himself on YouTube. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I might do late stream. The only concern I have with that is I don't know how long I'm going to go for. Because if I do a late stream, then I want to do the same amount of time. I want to avoid working on it off stream in the morning. Yeah, those are kind of the issues that I have with it. For my time zone, it's GG. Yeah. Because I understand mostly that I think most people watch Twitch later in the day, where I'm at. As my friend Ryden says, unemployment hours is when I stream. So, for like people in my own country, no one will watch me because it's middle of the day, they're working. All right. Yeah, I might do it tomorrow. Okay, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.